Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and today we are making music. I'm gonna try something new today. Um, I've always wanted to do something with Utau or voice synthesis software, but I've never really had the chance to do so because I don't work with lyrics. However, today, um, we do actually have some lyrics. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy that to the Vim thing here, so you can see it better. Pieces by Hoshimachi Suisei. If for those of you who don't know, I do on occasion work with translyrics, lyrics that where they're translation, but you can actually sing them. In the fan subbing sphere, we call them singables, although that's slightly different from translyrics. They're very related, but it's slightly different. In this case, we have some translyrics, but this means that now we have English lyrics to go along with some with the pieces cover that pieces arrangement rather that we made for concert band, which is still in the works. I think there's still some polish I have to do. A couple of instruments are just missing complete sections apparently. But that's gonna need to do a little bit of polish. But I'm also waiting on a bit of art for that. So it'll be a while until that comes out. But I figured while we're there, may as well make the English lyrics because I've been wanting to do such high effort on this anyway, and just level it up by that much. I played around with OpenUtau starting maybe a couple weeks ago. So I'm not completely new to the software, but I am. So I know enough to go around and not fumble my way through the software, and I figured it's good enough where I can stream this. So yeah, we'll get there. 5 9, welcome in. As you may have noticed here, I've played around with some different voice banks. We have Kasane Tetsuo, a lot of people know, the very iconic Utau voice bank. Yamina Neni, my favorite. Um, who also these two have also had ports to Synthesizer V, Synth V, which is the new AI voice synthesis software. Very good results. I say new, but they've actually been around for quite a while. Then we have Hoshino Hanami, who we're going to be using today. She is a voice bank, both for Utau, but this time we're using her with the diffsinger engine, which is kind of like Synth V in that it's also AI powered, but it's open source, which is good for me. And as a plus, Hoshino Hanami, you are allowed to use it for commercial and non-commercial projects. So it's very open in that sense, which is also good for me. Anyway, I have here the MIDI for the melody. I imported it in. I just took it from MuseScore, and then actually I can show that bit here. I can find MuseScore. So I reduced the melody down in MuseScore, exported this as MIDI, and then imported that into OpenUtau, and then you get this. And then from there, I added some of the lyrics. Got about halfway through, and add the rest of it. Figured I should save some of it for stream. And then lastly, going to tune this so that it sounds better and not so robotic. We're also going to talk about the translation that we have here. I'll have you let you have a listen to what this has so far. It takes a bit to render. So OpenUtau, for some reason, even if you haven't done any changes, it will re-render every time you try to play. So it might take a couple tries to get it to play.
tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that just stood all around, all polished it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing. No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, I pray my song will reach you. A light that flies a straight out through the sky, binds even all the sorrows. It flies not by. This song will carry hope out till my voice dies out to sad. Flying higher than the clouds, my pieces dance as they flow by. The fragments scattered all around, they're all above the meanest sky. The air excites in me somehow, this beating heart that yearns for you. And in the place where I am now, with your voice my heart lights up. My foot down red, my hurry beat, faster they get the more I chase. And on this side, with a reason, greatly echoes out of space.
And that is Pieces, sung by Hoshino Hanami. Or at least what we have so far. Fabrizio, welcome in. Yeah, so I myself am on Arch Linux, by the way, and I do prefer to use FOSS, free and open source software where I can. It aligns with my philosophies or with my values. I'm snooping around a bit from the Code Golf Discord. Great pine trees need more Code Golf content. Yeah, I do like Code Golf. I hear, I think that VOD's been going around too. But yeah, I the pi one. I think now that I know, what was it? I didn't look at the spigot algorithm that was on the help page, on the hints page. So I could probably improve my score if I looked at that and tried to actually work out what the algorithm is. But I think for just translating an existing piece of code, it probably wasn't too bad. But yeah, they got some really low scores there, and I have to wonder what they did. But yeah, so I mean, more or less close this bit now. Um, I think we're gonna put in the lyrics first because it's going to be to fill in all those we're at the end. And we're gonna also talk about the translation here. But I can do that while we do this. Okay, so I think I stopped at here. This guy somehow, this beating heart, both your voice, my heart lights in you. Faster, tiny sounds, a little bit more than that. Out of this place. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that and then delete everything that doesn't have A to Z in it. And our copy. Tracing an arc? No, not yet. Why did I see so leisurely? Yes, there it is. So there's this button here, edit lyrics. And I copy that there. I can always ask for help, just don't make the state-of-the-art solutions public, so complying with the website rules. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't expect to I don't expect to get the like, first place in any of them. Um, so I don't think that would be an issue. Chat was helping a little bit. Uh, but mostly with minor optimizations. Got a 67 byte score on Python. Nice. Python is one of the languages that I don't actually know how to write. I've written a little bit of it, but not a whole lot. So in OpenUtau, or in Utau in general, actually, um, you have a word, and if it has multiple syllables, you use pluses to extend the next syllable, to say that it has more syllables. So leisurely has 3 syllables. So we'll need to extend that with... Okay, I'm going to turn off the live preview here so it doesn't lag as much. Leisurely has 3. Surely, I probably could write a tool to do this for me, but I haven't done that yet. Trace an arc across the space, that's 1 more. Connecting, that's 3, so it's +2. Me with you expanding. That one will probably actually need to change, because I don't think I have an extra... This has a bit of a syllable surplus compared to what we have in the notes. And this is what I mean by translyrics and singables are very slightly different, because singables, as it's defined in the fan subbing sphere, you have to match the syllables, or yeah, the syllables in the original exactly. Whereas with translyrics, you can be a little bit more loose with it, as long as it fits the overall rhythm. Yo, come in! You just got here and power went out because the storm got fixed. Yeah, it's I'm looking out my window. It's pretty foggy out there, but glad you got it fixed. Forever. That's 3 syllables. From right here, that's all good. The future pushes forward, not back. I fear a moment rests in my hand. One I hold so tightly. Another plus there. Can I show it to you, dear? A light that flies straight route through the sky. I'm not quite satisfied with this line, but I don't have anything better, so we're gonna leave that. Buys joy and all the gladness, that's +1. Flies on by the song, carry hope out till my voice dies out to a sigh, I'll sing for you. And I think these are all, yeah, these are all monosyllabic. All right, so I think we can go ahead and apply that. And with any luck, we did this properly. There's probably a couple of notes there that we're gonna have to change, but we'll see. And it's gonna take its time rendering. You know, you'd think if there are no changes, you don't have to. Oh, I mean, in this case, there were changes, but if there were no changes, you wouldn't have to re-render. Except it does that every time you press play. And I do have pre-rendering on. So leisurely, is that not being rendered properly? Oh, right, actually, because there's one more thing I have to do here. I have to. I think this is a consequence of MuseScore's MIDI export. The notes aren't all set together, or rather, they're not legatized, which means the end of the previous or the current note is not right at the start of the next note. And so this has a tool you can use to it's in here somewhere, auto legato, which I will have to do phrase by phrase. I need to edit lyrics, notes, auto legato. And so you notice that there's a difference now. This where is disconnected, and now it's connected there. And so the pitch will go continuously from this note or this pitch to that pitch. But the legato also means that it will connect words that are together. So in this case, leisurely, right now it's only on this one note, but it needs to span over the next two notes as well. Auto legato. As you wrote lyrics, you're always curious about how OpenUtau works, like techniques to make it go from okay to great. Yeah, a lot of it, I think, and it's going to be most of the stream, really. A lot of it is the tuning, and you'll see how I do the tuning in a bit once we finish all this auto legato stuff. But yeah, as for the lyrics, I mentioned it earlier, but I on occasion do write translyrics, taking the Japanese and creating a singable out of it, singable English lyrics out of it. I haven't done a whole lot of them, but I think the first time, it's probably about 6 years ago, maybe a little bit earlier. And since then I've made a handful. So these are all separate. Okay, this one is not correct. Connecting. Oh. Okay, this is an interesting thing because you need the notes to be together for the pluses to work, but that actually doesn't work for this one because we do need them to be separate. So we might actually have to fill in the syllables here ourselves. N-E-K. So this is how you would do if you had to spell out the syllables or the phonemes. Phonemes? Sure, phonemes. Individually, like to either to override what the system recognizes it as, or if you have something like this where you have to do it manually, you can do it in the square brackets, or you can fudge the word. Um, I've fudged the words some in some of the other ones. It's a little bit easier. Oh, hold on. I need that for reference. Put that back. Also, right for translyrics, sometimes you finish some for a Suisei song, though I don't want to say which one in public. If you're willing to share, I'd be interested in hearing what that would be. In private, of course. T-I-T-I-N-G. So that's going to be connecting. And then we do this K-A-H-N. No N, because we already have the N there. Me with you. Am I missing one? I am missing one. Hold up. Trace an arc across the space. Oh, I see. Now this is a case where we have two words going across the same syllable or across one syllable. And this is where we can do plus and then tilde. So plus tilde means extend the last syllable to the next note. Like so. So now we have connecting me with you like that. And we're going to legitize this one as well. Expanding out forever. I'm going to do it like this. From right here. I'll look out of that. This future pushes forward, not back, I fear. And I killed my killed my selection. Okay, there's got to be a way for me to add a hotkey for this. It's interesting though. I was also playing around with Mountain. Oh, okay. That one also actually needs the extender. So I was playing around with Mountain, which is the other song that we released recently, or the other cover rather. And that one didn't have this legato problem where I have to legitize everything. It just worked. So I don't know why this one required it. Back, I fear that needs this the other way. Moments rests in my hand. One I hold so tightly. We're going to do that one as well. Can I show it to you, dear? Not particularly happy with that line, but it does rhyme and it works translation-wise. So it's fine. Sometimes you gotta make compromises for it to sound good. Legitize. Finds even all his sorrows and flies on by. Gotta stop clicking that one. This. Nope. Nope. That one also needs an extender. Easy, welcome in. It's been a while. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing well too. Flies on by. I should drop by your stream at some point. I think you being on Twitch means you're a little bit out of my uh radar. Well, I mean, you can't really say that because I have other people on Twitch also. But it is I think it is a little bit harder to catch up on your streams because you also stream so late relative to. I know. Wait, we're on the same time zone, so yeah, I guess you just stream late. But yeah, one of these days I'll pop in again. Where are we? Flies on by. Light flies straight through the sky, binds all his joy and gladness, and flies on by and extend. There we go. His song will carry hope out till. And then I'm gonna need another extender there. No, I just missed a syllable. Carry has 2 syllables, so we need a plus there. Till my voice dies out to a sigh, and the rest of it, except possibly for the last bit, dies out to a sigh. Also not particularly happy with that wording, but with a sigh doesn't really make sense either. I'll sing for you, I'll sing for you. I'll sing on through and through for you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So we need 3 of those. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And I remove the default ones. Legitize. And the rest of it should be okay. So now we can go ahead and listen to this. I think there are some parts that aren't legitized properly, but we can fix them as we go along. So going to back to the start of this bit, just so we can hear it in context. And then we'll go back to the beginning and start tuning and stuff. Nope, that's lights anew. That all needs to be legitized. I don't know how I missed that one. Come on. I'm gonna have to change the phonemes on that one. Okay, and then this one. This one I need an extra note for. Do I cut it? I don't remember where this goes. Okay. Find my music score and figure out where this is. Expanding out forever from right here. It's gonna be I don't know why MuseScore makes this quiet sometimes, because it doesn't make sense. MS Basic. Choose automatically. Saying me with you. So expanding out forever here is going to be, I think we add a new note there. Do I add a new 16th note there? Put it down there. Down the D. Hold on, I added a new note somewhere else. In a world nobody knows. Okay, that's not the same. Connecting me with you. Expand. C. B. Yeah, okay. So 16th note with a B going up to the G before this note. Fire, thank you. So we go down to the B. B flat. This is B flat. It's going to be A sharp here. And this is, I'm going to say 16th notes. And add one there. Put that back to 128. And this, edit those lyrics, and we now have expanding with 2 pluses at the end. Come on, render.
Expanding out forever.
That's what I want.
From right here, this future pushes forward, no back I feel. And moment rest in my head.
Gonna change that phoneme there.
So tightly can I show it to you? I like the flies astray. Crowded sky, bounce joy along the planets and eyes.
Okay, one needs fixing. Actually, if it's just this one note, I can just do that manually. Try it like that. Didn't I go through and legitize everything? All right, that's good enough for that. We'll get there when we get there. So before we start the tuning and all that, I'd like to go through the translation that we have here. So for those of you who haven't done any translyrics or haven't watched anyone do translyrics before, Serena Starstruck actually did a stream recently where she had gone through Stellar Stellar. Now Stellar Stellar's official translation actually is technically singable in the sense that the syllables of the text of the English text line up with the syllables of the Japanese text, but and sorry to Futsu, but they're not. They could be improved a little bit more. And I think where that one fails is that not only do you have to line up the stresses, or sorry, line up the syllables, but you also have to line up the stresses of the words. So it's Kiakari mo night, no moon to light the skies night. So this means no moon, long nights. I didn't actually have the long night anymore because I couldn't fit it in. But with song translation, especially with translyrics, you're trying to convey the idea behind it, and not necessarily the words. So you want to strip away the meaning, or sorry, strip it down to its core meaning, to its vibes, and then build up back from that. So even though I don't have long night here, the overall idea of the night being dark and moonless, I think I do convey that here. So I extrapolate a little bit. Stars are all I see. If there's no moon, you see a bunch of stars. Chisana heya de, small room, or in the small room. Kagi o kakete hitori. This is lock, and then alone by myself. So in the small room, I lock myself in, or lock the door. Door isn't explicitly in here, but again, what else are you gonna lock with a key? Yume o eigaku, draw a dream, or paint a dream. Yeah, or more generally dreaming, I guess. And because of how the syllables line up, lines here don't necessarily have to line up with where the original lines are. Right, all alone was actually all the way up here, but it lines up better here. I actually don't remember how to say that one. Let's pull up the lyrics because I have them. I have them in a browser window somewhere. And you've also noticed that visuals can interfere with that. Yes, it can. In this case, the song doesn't have any official visuals, so I don't have to care about that. But yeah, certainly if you're, say, doing a singable for an anime opening or ending, as the fan subbers would do, you do have to take into account those visuals as well. This one, read it as Sabitsuku. Wait. Is that how it... Well, anyway. The rusted heart. Rusted hearts melts or thaw, or in this case, like the image I'm seeing here is like taking away the rust, or in this case, polishing it. I'm not particularly happy with this line, especially since I have a filler word here. But there, the image is there. Yoni, it's for the purpose of, or like in pursuit of, or as it's sometimes it's often said in prayer like situations. So I'm taking it as that. And then how do you say this? Maybe I should just, where's my, I have the pieces. One moment, I need to go pull this up because I am not remembering how this goes. I like even a feel very touching. Yeah, sometimes it works. Music scores, drafts, pieces. Okay. So then we go ahead and take this, and I'm going to hook it up so you can actually hear it. It is one of these MPV windows. Will just put them all in and hope for the best. Put that down to 75.
月明かりもない長い夜は小さな部屋で鍵をかけて一人
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
あの笑顔で
Nope, it's too far.
追いついた心を溶かすように砕けた希望も
Right, okay. So Kibo is hopes, and then Kudakita is it's going to be the second definition here. To break into pieces, to be broken, to be smashed. So shattered, as I have here. Mo here being the particle saying also or even. Anata no egao de, so your smiling face or your smile. Hirameku, to glitter, to sparkle. The image here is that the listener's smile is so bright that even the broken hopes and dreams are glittering. Gleam, I originally had this as shine, which I think it works better in isolation, but with the rhymes or with the sounds of the rest of the verse, I think Gleam works better because it polish it for me. In Gleam, right, you have the same E vowel there, and Brilliantly, same vowel there as well. Daremo shiranai, here is where we have a bit of a syllable surplus. In a world nobody knows, so that's +1. Sekai, and actually, you'll find that when you do this a lot, the Japanese line takes up more time than the English will. So sometimes you will actually have to make stuff up. So in this case, it's nobody knows, and then world. And actually, you'll notice here, I think I was about to get to this earlier, but the lines here are actually written longer, but when you're doing these, you want to break them up into small chunks, because then you aren't writing unwieldy lines. So in that case, these two would have been a single line. But in this case, because English is the way it is, we break it up into two, and then we translate it, or we create lines, like 2 lines there. And I get this I will sing from later on, we'll get there. Samayoi nagara utau no. So wandering or roaming about. I think some of the other translations put there as aimlessly. Nagara, so while. And then sing. And so that's where I got this image from, right? Just going around singing without much of an aim. And these two lines in the original, spread out over the 3 lines in my English version here. Dore dake koe ni naranakute mo. So this is unable to speak, so voice dying out. And then even if or through, what did I say here? To the extent that my voice will become nothing. Todoite, to reach or to convey. Hoshino being a wish, want. So I want my voice to reach out to you, even if it dies out is roughly the image there. Again, gotta make stuff up here. So even if it dies out, my voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, my pray my song will reach you. Taking the wish, the want, more as a prayer. Mostly this is mostly for syllable fitting, and also for poetic poeticism. Sure. We got the rhymes here. To you do you. Yozora o kakeru. So the night sky goes through, or and then hikari, light. So light that lights up the light sky, or the way that I see this one is, I'm picturing a what do you call it? Like a shooting star. That's why I have a straight route here. It's not. I don't think this phrasing is great, but it does work with the rhymes and stuff. Kanashimi mo zenbu, so all including sadness. Tsumuide, to bind. So binds even all the sorrows and flies on by. So flies on by here is mostly filler. Negai o kometa. So I think kometa was to charge the loads. So it includes. So it's a. So the voice has all these wishes in it. So wish, I am interpreting here as, or I'm interpreting this as hope for the syllables, which I think is close enough. And then to wither, kakeru made. What? Okay. So another one where the voice is dying out, or withering, or dries out, or things like that. Dies out to a sigh. So sigh here is to rhyme with by, sky. Sora ni, I don't remember how to read that. Kakaru, yeah. Kumo cloud. So the clouds that are hanging in the sky. Yori is more than. Yori mo takaku. So higher than the clouds in the sky. So while flying higher than the clouds. Ubao, to dance. Right? Mao. Wait, what? Okay. Well, maybe it's a different word. But yeah, dance. My pieces dance as they float by. I really like this this line here. Because it lines up with the stresses really nicely. While flying higher than the clouds, my pieces dance as they float by. And one of the things when you're doing translyrics is to put words of importance at the stresses. If we look at the sheet music here, if I can find where this is. I think that's the bridge. Okay, so this is my pieces dance as they float by. So if we're looking here, this is it crosses the midpoint of the bar here. So yeah, it crosses the midpoint of the bar, so there's a bit of a stress there. Where are we? Musu ni chirabaru. So the numerous and scattered watashi, me. So me is scattered into many pieces. no kakera, so the fragments, tachi being the pluralized marker. So the image here is that the singer is broken up into many pieces, and they're all scattered high above the clouds, and they're dancing. So while flying higher than the clouds on pieces dance as they float by, the fragments scattered all around. They're all a part of me in the sky. These two are largely filler. I think they actually do add a little bit of meaning to it because it clarifies what my pieces are, but otherwise these would have been sufficient, I think. Yeah, so my fragments scattered all around. They're all a part of me in the sky. They don't really add a whole lot. But what the Japanese takes 4 lines in this case to convey, the English only takes 2. So you got to fill it out. Takanaru kono mune o Takanaru kono mune o kogashite kureru. So this one I actually had a lot of trouble with, and I actually had to ask for help on this one. So I'm actually going to take all 4 of these, or both of these lines together, or in this case, all 4 of these lines together. Itsumo kono basho wa, so always in this place. Anata no koi ga shita, your voice can be heard, or your voice is here. And then up here, takanaru kono mune, so the throbbing, beating fast, so my chest burning. Or if you look at the phrase as a whole, it's going to be to yearn for. And what the people asked for help said was that if you take all these 2 lines together, then it's the listener's voice spurring on the speaker's heart. So setting, or like adding fuel to the flames, but in a good way. So that's why I have here the beating heart, or the air excites in me somehow. A little bit of filler. This beating heart that yearns for you, and in this place where I'm now, but your voice, my heart lights in you. So this is where the burning part comes in. I originally had this as what did I have this as before? The air excites in me somehow, this beating heart that yearns for me, which this is where I was a little bit confused about because that didn't make sense. And in this place where I'm now, it's always where your voice here will be, which was a pretty good rhyme. But the translation was not accurate, so I had to drop that. I think this one works pretty well though. Kokyu ga, so my breath, or the breath. Where are we? Kodo ga, so heartbeat. Kasoku shite yuku no, so they get faster. So taking the image there, you know, your breathing gets faster, your heartbeat gets faster. Chase here is a little bit of extrapolation, and actually I got that from the fan video here. All right, because it shows her running here. I gotta be right back. This breakdown has been really cool for getting to know your process. Yeah, well, hope you words. Do what you gotta do. The VOD will be here for anything you missed. Chisaku tashika ni, so small, surely. Where are we? Tashika ni. Kyome shite hibiku. So resounding and, well, two words for resounding, I guess. So it's a small sound, but it resounds surely. So tiny sound with full resound greatly echoes out of this place. The echo here is a little bit more of extrapolation, and I actually don't know if this should be greatly echoes out of this place because the stress or the stress is on echoes. So going by the important word should be on the stress. Echo should be here, but I don't know if it sounds better as echoes greatly out of this place. So because I feel that might be more natural. Hey, games will come in. You already asked this last time. Give you one laptop. I can't do that for you. And also, even if I did, how would I get it to you anyway? But yeah, good luck with that. Don't come in here asking for that again, please. Otherwise, we will time you out. Okiku yukuri ka ko egaku yoni. So this one I had a little bit of trouble figuring out what the meaning was behind here because this seemed like it was literally an arc. So a big arc drawing slowly. And then hitotsu ni naru, becoming one. And then at some point it clicked where if the singer and the listener are separated, which it seems like they are, drawing an arc and making them one is basically just connecting the singer and the listener. So why it has a C? Obviously, there's no C here, but it gets the image across that it's very, very big. Yukuri, so leisurely. It's not too much of a stretch here. And trace an arc across the space. The space is implied. So Japanese tends to leave a lot of the subjects out because it's very context dependent language, and if it's implied by some of the context, then it doesn't tend to say it explicitly. Whereas English, we're a little bit more explicit, and so sometimes you got to make things up. But also space, place, chase. That's where the rhyme comes in. You know, connecting me with you. Again, me with you doesn't exist in the original. I think it's implied. I think it works. Hirogane yuku. So expanding. But you can't just say expanding because you need to fill in the syllables. So expanding future specifically. So I filled it in with forever from right here, because if it's expanding, you know, there's an origin point for the expansion, sort of. Nidoto mo modorenai. So ishun wo. So this is a moment that won't return. And instead of saying that literally, I have here piggybacking from the previous lines here. So the future expands outwards or forward, and doesn't backtrack. Tsuyoku, how do you say this? Tsuyoku nigirishi me nigirishi mete. Oh right, yeah, because it has that one. So grasping tightly. And the context here is, I think it actually connects with the previous sentence there. It's holding the moment tightly so it won't escape. And then mitete hoshino, I want to show it to you. But instead of saying I want to, I'm phrasing it as a question here. Can I show it to you? mostly because I needed to rhyme. Fear, dear, here. I originally had this something like I want so much to show you, but that didn't rhyme, and also it was a little bit awkward compare with it didn't rhyme, so it was a little bit awkward. And then the same thing for the chorus or from before, except with a small change. Yorokobi mo zenbu. So instead of kanashimi mo, so instead of kanashimi sadness, we have joy. But obviously I can't do just joy because it's too short. So I extrapolate that. Joy and all the gladness. We have zenbu here meaning everything. So this works out. And then the rest are the same. And then here, utau yo, I will sing. Too short. I'll sing for you fits in a whole lot better. And this is actually the first line that I made for this one, because this one I think was pretty clear for me. And then the part where Suisei goes on. So I'll sing for you. I'll sing for you. And then I'll sing for you. Through and through for you. Whoa. This one I actually had a lot of trouble with because it needed to rhyme with you. I had a couple of different iterations on this before I settled on this one. I think this one was not too bad. I actually don't remember what my my other ones were, but they weren't as good. And then I'll sing for you to end it off. Yeah. So there we have an explanation of the translation. Now we can go ahead and tune this. I've already tuned the first little bit for the thumbnail. And I wish I could scroll in this program, but it isn't recognizing my scroll events, so I have to use the what do they call this thing? Thumb something? As for looking stuff up and learning how to do tuning and whatnot, I looked a little bit, and I disagreed with a lot of the things that people have said. I agree a little bit. I agree to an extent, but a lot of them had very wild tunings that go way off the note that it's on. And while the human voice does go around quite a lot, I don't think it's usually that extreme. So I'm actually keeping it a little bit more conservative and not making so big of a jump on these ones. But yeah, without the tuning, you end up with a very auto-tuned sound. But with the tuning, because the pitch doesn't stay at the same place for a very long time, it sounds a little bit more realistic. So in this case, at the start of the phrase, it will often glide in from either above or below, and that's what I have here. And then between notes here, you'll also have another glide, but not necessarily straight to it. Sometimes you'll dip below, sometimes you'll overshoot a little bit. And then between phrases, you might get a bit of a dip as well. So that's what we have here.
No one to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see.
And then even if you don't do any of those tunings, if you do vibrato, which OpenUtau has built in, where you just click this and then it sets a vibrato on it. So vibrato is a little bit of shakiness in the pitch, at least as implemented here. It'll make the note sound more full, and I'll add some color.
All I see, this
So this I might want to do another dip. It's just a small one though. For the ones that don't come from anywhere, I will do an ease out.
this goes
And I will legitize this actually because it should. Auto legato. So for most of your phrases, they should more or less be legitized. This is going to sound better that
this
way.
goes this goes around.
I'm going to make this dip a little bit more. Maybe make that a little bit more. I'm going to change that to smooth. And then extend out a little bit so that it's... Well, we'll find out if it works better or not. A lot of this is trial and error until you get it, until you're a little bit more practiced, I think.
This goes
Oh, no. All right, bring that down. Maybe extend this a little bit too. You don't have to touch every note. And if it doesn't sound good, then don't.
this goes around my state.
That's fine. I will... So on some of these longer notes, I will add a vibrato. Just don't know which ones yet.
This goes around my state.
Definitely the stay, I think. And also the in. So we'll add vibrato there and there. Might adjust the parameters for that a little bit.
Around my state.
I'll have this overshoot a tiny bit as well. And then reduce the vibrato a little bit here. So I usually have this on for the ones that are in the middle of the phrase where it's where the emphasis isn't really on this note. I'll put it on weak and then bring the depth down to 20. So it's a smaller vibrato. It's still there. So it gives the note a little bit more fullness, but it's not as noticeable as a full-on vibrato.
My state.
Okay, I do not like what I did with this one here. The vibrato is fine, but I think this this one might be okay to do without anything else.
Staying.
No, this needs a little bit more. Maybe add a little bit there and then add smooth. Maybe do that. And then bring this down this way. Sometimes it helps to think about what your mouth would be doing, what your voice would be doing.
Staying.
Yeah, it's still sounding a little bit auto-tuned, but it's better than what it was earlier. I'm going to bring this down. So down here, we have the phonemes. And so you want to tune with reference to the phonemes at the bottom there. So I'm going to line this up with a T.
My staying.
Mm. Mm. And bring that down as well.
Around my staying.
I think I'll come back to that. Usually, I often do a couple passes here where I'll get something that's mostly okay, and then then come back to it and fine tune. So in this case, we have here the notes or the sound starting much after the notes, the start of the note. So you want to extend this a little bit more so that it actually does start roughly on the start of the note. Just gotta wait for this thing to render.
I've
A little bit more there. And you notice a lot that, especially the consonant sounds, they will precede the notes at the start of the note. And that's due to how, I guess, due to how we say and how we perceive the start of the sounds of the syllable.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
Oh, that's sounding very auto-tuned. But one, that needs to be logitized. That's going to sound a little bit better once we have that. I'm going to wait for it to render.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
So it's better, but now we need to tune it so that the glides actually line up with where the syllables are. Actually, interestingly, this doesn't line up where the syllable is, but it works. Well, I mean, so L here, right? That's way further from the start.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
Okay, we'll start with the easy one. Myself. All right, this glide here, it should probably end before. Or it just, yeah, or it should probably end before we get there. So this A here lines up with that. We're just going to start ending the glide there. Give it a bit of a dip.
Just myself here.
Well, it already sounds cleaner. We give this a bit of a dip as well.
Just myself here.
And then I will make this a little bit more a little bit more of a dip as well. Or maybe a whole tone actually. A half tone,
Myself here.
but this way. Smooth, it's already smooth. What I don't understand is people doing stuff all the way down here, and I don't personally, I don't think that sounds good. But they do it.
Myself here.
Okay, that's sounding better. Do I need to extend that a bit more?
Myself here.
Aha! That works. All right, I'll go back to that. Now, do I want to do anything with this one? Because this is the start of the phrase. I can go in from the bottom, or I can go in from the top. I think I'll go in from the bottom. Again, ease out. A little bit shallower.
I've locked the door.
Maybe I do need to move this over. It is sounding a little bit late. I mean, visually you can see it's late.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
It's better. Better. Now we can fix this. So I'm gonna dip a little bit. And shrink that a bit more so that we don't actually hit the... no, actually, maybe we do want to bleed into the vowel sound a little bit here. Move that up. Smooth. Also smooth. I don't think that's going to sound good, but it's worth a shot.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
Surprisingly, that doesn't sound too bad. Try again.
I've locked the door with...
Maybe a little bit less.
I've locked the...
Okay, I'm hearing a very conspicuous jump somewhere. It might be because I need to put it here instead. So looking at where the L starts, I think the glide should be done before then, more or less.
I've locked the door with just...
Yeah. Okay, so now what do we do with the door?
I've locked the door.
Do another dip, maybe? And then move this so that the glide is done before the vowel comes in, or just about. Also give it a small dip as well. You'll find that there's going to be a lot of dips between syllables.
I've locked the door with...
Oh no. No. Maybe we should remove this point and move this over. So we're done before we get the vowel.
Locked the door with just myself.
All right, I think that one's okay. I'll give this a bit of a dip. I'm going to move that over by a little bit too. Gonna make this a little bit more extreme, actually. So just actually starts all the way over here. So I want this to dip all the way over here. Which means we're barely even going to be on the note.
The door with just myself here.
Aha. Do you want to improve that a little bit more?
With just myself here.
No, that's probably fine. I do maybe want a very slight vibrato here. Not strong, weak. Give it another depth of 10. So I do want this to be a little bit weaker.
Door with just myself here.
I like that.
I've locked the door with just
Okay, door is sounding a little bit off. Maybe this needs to be moved forward a little bit. Not up. Down a little bit. Maybe a bit more gradual. Door, right? That goes up just very slightly.
lock the door with lock the door with
Very, maybe more, even more gradual here.
lock the door with
That's better. It's slightly better. It's not quite right, I think. If we remove this point here, what do we do that?
lock the door with just myself here.
Yeah, sure.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
Yeah, okay. And then one of the things that I like to do, and I apparently haven't done it for this one yet, is I copy this and I paste it on a new track. And we'll mute this, select Hoshino Hanami, and then we edit this one and we remove, I don't edit lyrics, we remove all of the, no, we reset all the pitch bends and reset all of the vibratos. Clear vibratos. And then we can have a listen to how it sounds like without them, so we can compare if our changes actually do help or not. So this is without any of the tuning.
No one to light the sky tonight, just us are all I see. This cozy room I
Hold on. Gotta use the same 6. Okay. Use the same volume levels here. So again, without tuning.
no one to light the sky tonight, just us are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here.
Sounding a little bit robotic. Just a little bit. I have to say I was impressed with how good it sounds out of the box without any tuning. Especially compared to some of the other voice banks. I don't know, like particularly the utau ones like Yamani Rani and Kasane Teto, but certainly I think the tuning helps elevate it quite a lot. So now with tuning, and actually the other one had some very slight tuning because I did move some of the notes to be just a little bit off tune, and whatever I did earlier didn't reset that.
No one to light the sky tonight, just us are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here.
Yeah, that sounds much better. So the changes we're doing are actually doing something, which is good to know. Good to hear. Cozy room. I'm gonna detune this a tiny bit, only minus 15 cents. So when you sing, you typically don't sing, even if they're all consecutive notes at the same pitch. You often will have a little bit of off tune, um, just so that things don't sound all the same. Cozy. I'm gonna drop that down. Room, that goes up a little bit. Have it smooth.
Cozy room, my
A little bit more. A little bit less on this too.
cozy room,
And I think I actually do want to drop this down a bit too.
cozy room I stay in. I've locked the door with.
Stay in, and then draw. Can I drop this? I will probably be adding breaths in here somewhere, because that is something you can do here. Oh, I gotta figure out where to put that though. Like there feels like there needs to be a breath in here somewhere. Maybe here? Maybe 32 is. So we can do a breath by adding a BR here, or the phoneme AP. I don't know if it really does much, but or if it's audible in this particular voice bank.
I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone.
Okay, and then all alone, I'm going to put this out. Oh no, don't want to make a new one. I'm going to take that from the top and go downwards. Again, ease out, because we had it here. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take it from the bottom. All okay, all goes up. So I'm going to gentle slope from there. I think that did something. Not a whole lot. I'll make it a little bit less subtle.
All alone.
I'm gonna drop at the L, go up, and then go up as we do the from alone. And then actually do a little bit of a overshoot, just a tiny bit. Probably gonna have to change that.
All alone.
Surprisingly, that sounds mostly okay, I think. We're gonna drop this as well. Move that in. Too far.
All alone.
It's a little bit of a I hear a little bit of roboticness over there.
All alone, our dream.
It's probably fine. So this one will come in from the top, going from there. Not smooth, I need. Render, please.
Our
Maybe a bit further out. And a little bit less extreme. Or maybe we go from the bottom.
dream.
Maybe we go from the bottom. No, but we start from here. I think it might be more natural to go from the top. All alone, I. Right? You go down. But all alone, I. It could also go up.
Our dream.
So that sounds fine in isolation.
All alone, our dream.
Or maybe this is fine. Go ahead and legitize this. Want to make sure everything's legitized before we start working on the phrase. So again, this goes down. It's gonna do that. Smooth this out. And then some very, very drastic, very drastic glides there. We'll see if that actually works out.
Our dream.
I think this needs to go up a little bit more. So it's funny how we're basically not on the note. Not on the pitch. Very, very little bit on the pitch.
Our dream.
Nope, 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 nope. It's too much.
Our dream.
No, I'm not. I think we can find another phoneme for this one. But I'm also not quite sure what phoneme to use here. I have the phoneme chart. Eh. Eh. So we're looking at, like, it would be this one, right? But that's what we're already using. Try IY. I don't think this is going to sound correct, but it's worth a shot.
Our dream.
Actually, no, that's what I'm looking for. That is exactly what I'm looking for.
Our dream.
I might extend the until there. Okay.
Our dream. This
I'm gonna go ahead and extend this. Not smooth. ease out.
This heart that's rusted on.
Legitize this one. Surprised it isn't already. This want to drop here. Slight one there. Smooth this out. Maybe do that. Also maybe smooth this out too.
This heart that's rusted all.
All right, so we find the consonants here. Actually, hold on, go back. Am I missing any? Alone might. No, alone already has a vibrato on it, so that's fine. Okay, so going back, the this heart that's rusted all around. We're gonna drop at consonants. That's heart. That. I'm gonna drop here as well. May or may not work. We'll see.
This heart that's rusted all around.
I'm gonna detune this by 15 cents. And drop slightly.
That's rusted all around.
I think this transition is probably okay. Or no, let's do a small drop. Maybe from here though.
Rusted all around.
And then we'll give this a little bit of vibrato because it is a longer notes. Go ahead, weak, and then def 10.
Rusted all around.
Now we're gonna fix this portamento here. Gonna drop that smooth. We'll have it drop from around here. I feel like the shapes that I've been doing, at least for these kinds of jumps, follow roughly that kind of curve there. So I think this one actually works like that.
Rusted all around.
Not so soon. Not so soon. Keep going.
Rusted all around. Oh.
This is a syllable surplus, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Do I actually want to cut that? I can cut that.
All around.
Just so that I can have a bit of a dip there. And also detune this slightly. This is make it -10 in this case.
All around. around.
Sure.
All around. Over.
And then now I want to maybe consider putting this from the top. Ease out.
Over.
I don't know if that actually did a whole lot. It's probably pretty subtle. But with these kinds of things, subtlety is often key. At least I think it is. Like I said, I disagree with a lot of the tuning tutorials that are out there. They go very wild with the displacements.
All around. Oh, polish it.
Okay, this is going to drop.
Oh,
I want to drop before it gets to the P.
polish it for me.
That actually sounds mostly okay. I'll give this one a little bit of a vibrato. A tiny bit.
Oh, polish it for me.
I will detune this 4. Do I detune this or do I just mess with the glide? I might, maybe both.
Polish it for me. Polish it for me.
I move that a little bit more.
Polish it for me.
Sure. And this is where I fudge the lyric a little bit. These with a Z instead of a THESE as it would normally do it.
These
Because it did it. So if I put it these as you normally do it, it says this instead. DC, which clearly is not correct. Legitize this. And then we'll go ahead and alternate. I'll do alternating detuning here, so that's going to be minus 15. So minus 10. And then we're going to glide in from the bottom, probably just a tiny bit.
These
Drop here.
These hopes that may be shattered.
I'm going to add a small vibrato on the May. And I'm going to do a tiny drop.
Hopes that may be shattered.
I may want to give this one a tiny bit of drops too. Right here.
These hopes that may be shattered.
Small drop here.
May be shattered. Your smile.
I think this one comes in from the top. So do one of these, ease out. And then we're going to have a big jump. Figure out what to do with that. We're going to let this thing render.
Your smile.
We're going to have to fix the alignment there. All right. So this is going to drop like there-ish. You can have this smooth. You can have this all smooth as well. Seems like that's probably okay. We'll find out once it renders. Come on. The waveform updated. You're supposed to be done by now.
Your smile.
Okay, no. Let's go over here. We need a little bit more there.
Your smile so bright.
Better. Better. Move this down. I'm going to start dipping a little bit. Smooth for this one, smooth for this one as well. As before. They want to make sure that's already there. This one I think can move a little bit more this way. I feel like I'm getting faster at this.
So bright it makes.
Hope the stream's holding up, by the way. I don't know if I'm... OBS says I've dropped a couple of frames. I see my CPU is at 100%. Or at least when it's trying to render this stuff, so... Hopefully things are okay.
Your smile so bright it makes them gleam.
Gonna move this all the way over here, about halfway through. Gonna move this, and it's gonna drop. Out of vibrato here.
So bright it makes.
Maybe a little bit weaker. Just a little bit weaker. 15 for the depth.
So bright it makes them gleam. So real. Your smile so bright, it makes them gleam.
Sure. So brilliantly. Make sure that extends to there and not further. Auto legato. So that's okay. That comes in from the top. Going from there. So brilliantly, so that comes in from the bottom. And this, I think, drops a little bit more this way. We're going to have this, we're going to smooth that out. Drops a little bit that way.
So brilliant.
It's a bit too much.
So brilliant.
Maybe a little bit more subtle. I think no, I think this one actually does this come from the top? Does this come from the top and not the bottom? So brilliant, but brilliant comes in from the bottom, so that maybe it should finish before the vowel sound.
So brilliantly.
I think that sounded okay.
So brilliantly.
I'm gonna do something a little bit more adventurous here. Ho ho. Ha ha ha. Well, we'll see what that sounds like.
So brilliant.
Didn't think so.
So brilliant.
I delete the points. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Lee is over here. I thought Lee was over here. Okay, that changes things. Brilliantly, so I actually had to... It's not over here that I need, it's over here that I need. And delete that point. Brilliant. That comes in from the bottom.
So brilliantly.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know I can actually drag this bit. Okay. Not that I will. But also, that's only because I need to legitize this. Or it should already be legitized, actually. Why can I drag that? Okay, so right around the N, we drop. We go that way.
Brilliantly.
I think that sounded okay.
so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows.
Okay. Now time to see if what we did is actually helping. Go ahead and turn this back on. The no tuned one. Start at the beginning.
No moon to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that trusted all around, oh, polish it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly.
Okay, so that's untuned without vibratos. And now with all the changes that we've made,
No moon to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that's rusted all around, oh, polish it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly.
okay, there's a little bit of weirdness with the cozy line. And also, I think I'm going to want to start these a little bit earlier. Well, so we'll work backwards.
So brilliantly.
Let's fade in a little bit more this way. Take a little bit longer to fade into the vibrato.
So brilliantly.
A little bit more time to fade away from the vibrato too. Maybe less time. Like here. Still a little bit off, but so I think for now that'll do. Extend this all the way over here and then push this over a little bit more.
So bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly.
Yeah, I wonder if this is where we should probably have a little bit more manual control over the vibrato. Kind of don't want to do that, but it might help. I'm gonna extend this a little bit. Just extend the vibrato, but fade in a lot more gradually. But also push forward this T, because I don't know if I want... I don't know if I want the bright to be so long.
So bright,
Not that far. Maybe like here.
Your smile so bright, it makes them gleam.
I'm gonna soften this. So with a lot of voice banks, you do have voice color available to you. And in this case, I'm going to have the soft T, so it's not as prominent.
So bright, it makes
Supposedly. I should be able to move this over.
bright, it makes them gleam. Bright, it
Okay, whatever. I'll just have to put up with that. I want the T not to be so prominent, but I don't know how to do that.
These hopes that may be shattered. Your smile.
Okay. Have that fade in a little bit more slowly.
Shattered. Your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly in a world.
Okay. I've already detuned this one from some time earlier. And we're going to come in from the bottom.
In a world.
We're going to legitize all these. This is probably going to need to change. I already see it there.
In a world nobody knows, I listen.
And okay, so that's going to drop a little bit. This is also going to drop a tiny bit too, like here.
In a world nobody.
Maybe a tiny bit of overshoot.
In a world nobody knows, I listen.
While we're here, we're going to legitize this. I'm going to drop this a little bit. Not too much. I think this one should be a little bit more subtle.
In a world nobody.
Actually, maybe it's fine as is. It feels like it should be coming in from the bottom, but
In a world nobody knows.
Maybe it's fine.
In a world nobody.
No, maybe it does have to go down. Just a little bit.
In a world nobody knows.
Sounds better. We'll give it a tiny bit of vibrato. Push this forward. Fade in.
In a world nobody knows.
I'm gonna make the period a little bit wider.
In a world nobody knows. I will.
Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, I will definitely come in from the bottom. Question is how much.
I will sing.
It's probably fine. And then I want to finish this mostly before we start the next one, or before we start the vowel. With a little bit in the vowel, though.
I will sing.
A little bit more into the vowel, maybe.
I will sing.
And then we're going to have a very long thing here.
I will sing.
I think I need a little bit more. So, well, we'll see if that works.
I will sing.
No, I hear that. We can't have that. What if we do this?
I will sing.
That might be okay.
I will sing. No.
No, no. So this it's coming from the top. I think this is coming from the top. Right there.
No matter what.
I'm okay with that. We'll probably add a breath here, so we're gonna leave that off. Leave that off the legatai so we can cut. And then we can legatize. It's going to be PR. Have a breath there. Maybe we need to increase the size of that breath, but oh, no, we don't want to do that. Gonna have this. We're gonna drop this down here. This might be okay, but it also looks pretty large, so we might have this overshoot a tiny bit. Have it all smoothed out and stuff. Come on, render, please.
No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you.
The breath worked out pretty well, I think.
No matter where.
So this is going to need a very slight vibrato.
No matter where.
And it's going to drop a little bit too. No, don't do that. From there roughly to here-ish. Smooth that out. Not 2 points. I should know 2 points. Come on.
No matter where I go to.
Once again, we'll drop here slightly. And this should drop in coming from the bottom. As you can see, tuning is fairly repetitive, but they're all just slightly different every time.
No matter where I go to.
I think this needs to come from the bottom. Maybe. Maybe a little bit smoother too. Render, please.
I go to, I'll sing for you.
That's getting there.
No matter where I go to, I'll sing.
So we drop down here. Add a point. Smooth it out. Smooth it out over here too. I think that's around the right curve. Maybe.
I'll sing.
I do want it to come up from the bottom though, so maybe while it's there, it's fine. Come on.
I'll sing.
Can't tell. I think we're gonna move this all the way over here. Gonna drop at the
I'll sing for you.
Can't tell.
No matter where I go to, I'll sing.
I'll drop here. Comes from breath, so there's not much there.
I'll sing.
That is very obvious. Maybe move this over a little bit.
I'll sing for you.
Maybe. Okay. Go a little bit further back.
In a world nobody knows, I will sing. No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice.
All right, so then we can go on the next phrase. We're probably going to add a breath later, so I'm not going to deal with anything past that for now. Move this, push this down, ease out. This just a little bit before the consonant.
My voice is all I can do.
Smooth this out. This one is probably okay. The transition to I. Probably. This one will dip a little bit. I think this one will dip as well. Smooth that out. Smooth this out. Yeah, sure.
My voice is all I can do.
And this needs to go. Maybe this does need to dip a little bit too.
This is all I can do.
Sounds better.
My voice is all I.
Make this just a little bit more subtle.
My voice is all I can do. Even.
Yeah, that's mostly good. We're gonna have a tiny, a small dip there, because I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it needs to necessarily go up. I'm gonna drop here at the vowel or the consonants. There's a tiny drop here as well.
Even if it dies.
We're gonna have Gato here. Gonna dip. This one's probably okay for the most part.
If it dies out, even if it dies out.
So the problem here is now because the notes are so long, I think I need to make it sound a little bit more full. I'll add a little bit of vibrato here. But not too much.
Even if it
Because we do need a little bit of pitch wavering just so that it doesn't sound so tuned. Come on.
even if it dies out.
Add it there. 2 in a week and depth 20 or depth 10. I can drag this around. But I prefer to be a little bit more precise. Now, maybe it's not worth being precise because maybe it's better that they're a little bit more randomized, but it's fine.
Even if it dies out.
And do that here as well. Move this, move this.
Dies out. I pray.
Do I need a bit of a dip here? Does that make sense? Probably.
It dies out.
It sounds smoother, I'll give it that. We're gonna cut and we're gonna add a breath here. We're gonna legitize this anyway. Does it make sense to do that? Not really. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. No, maybe it doesn't. Make that a little bit more subtle.
Dies out. I pray.
We'll reach you, and then it ends there. Got out there. The breath does not need a vibrato, it's too short.
It dies out. I pray my song will reach you.
That's probably okay. I'll add a bit of vibrato there too.
Reach you.
Maybe extend this a little bit more too.
Reach you. Reach you. And light the
Yeah, that sounds better. Okay. So we're going to drop here.
out. I pray my
And then we're going to move this up here. Drop this down here. Smooth this out. Probably move that over there too.
pray my soul.
And then again, because it's long, we're going to add a little bit of vibrato just so that it isn't at the exact same pitch throughout.
I pray my song will reach you.
I heard a little bit of auto tune there.
My
Maybe lengthen that, make it a little bit more subtle, maybe.
my
Maybe a little bit more this way.
my song.
Sure. And then we're gonna move this. Gonna drop this. Maybe like right here, right here.
My song will
Drop that there roughly. Smooth that out. Make sure this is mostly done by the time it gets to the vowel.
reach you.
Drop it again. Adjust it so that it's next, almost at the start of the vowel. I might want to move this over. I'm going to move this over so that it starts dropping near the end of the vowel over here. Now a tiny bit of vibrato here. So we have a 10, move this forward, move this over. Maybe I should set that as a preset, because I do that a lot. And then we can add a breath here. I think a breath might work here. Light that flies a straight route. We'll have that all legitized. And ease out. I don't know if the breath is actually doing anything. But it would actually be better if it's attached that side. Okay. Well, listen to what we have so far. Make sure that, once again, the things that we're doing are actually helping. From here, wherever this is.
This heart that trusted all around, oh, bally shit for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing, no matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do, even if it dies out. I pray my song will reach you, and light that flies a straight out through the sky, binds even all the sorrows, it flies by.
We're not that far in yet. That's the untuned. Now with tuning.
This heart that's trusted all around.
Whoa. This one. Oh no, we did tune this. Okay.
This heart that's trusted all around, oh, polish it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing, no matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do, even if it dies out. I pray my song will reach you, and light the flies are straight out through the sky.
Okay, I think I want to add a breath somewhere. If only I can remember where it is.
My voice is all I can do, even if it dies out. I pray my song.
Right here. Right here. I want a breath here. Means I need to shift this. Not that. Also not that one, this one.
Song will reach you.
And I think I need to shift this. Because the phonemes did shift around a bit.
Song will reach.
I think it helped.
Song will reach you. And like the fires of stranger.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna go back to the cozy line because before I forget, 'cause that does need a little bit of work. It's all the way over here.
This goes.
I think I want a little bit more of a gradual. Have it smooth here. Gradual pitch bend there.
This goes. This goes. This goes.
The K feels a little bit too hard. I already put it on soft, but I think it might still be a little bit too hard.
This cozy room I stay in.
That's a little bit softer. This one's gonna need a tiny bit of vibrato, smooth things out a little bit.
This cozy room I stay in.
Same thing with codes, and then room. It's a little bit messy. But it should be fine, hopefully.
This cozy room I stay in.
So yeah, welcome back. How goes the tuning? It's been pretty repetitive, but so far it sounds pretty good. I can start it, I can words. I can start it from the start, and then let you listen to what it sounds like untuned, and then compare it with the tuned one after we finish this phrase.
I stay in.
Do a little bit more there.
Stay in.
I'll add a point here.
In.
Let me move this forward a little bit.
In.
No. No, it's probably fine.
This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just
Door. Gonna add a tiny bit of vibrato there. A little bit this way. And maybe a small point here.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
Is that too much? Might be a bit much.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
Something about that feels a little bit too smooth. But okay. So from the beginning, untuned.
No moon to light the sky, tonight just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that trusted all around, all polished it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing, no matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do, even if it dies out. I pray my song will reach you, and light that flies straight out through the sky, binds even all the sorrows. It flies not by. This song will carry hope out till my voice dies out to side.
I don't think we've actually gotten that far yet. But now for the tuned version.
No moon to light the sky, tonight just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream.
Wait a minute. No, it's still the untuned version. No wonder it sounded like there was a little bit of weirdness. Gotta unmute the correct track.
No moon to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that trusted all around, all polish it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright, it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing, no matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do, even if it dies out. I pray my song will reach you, and light that flies us straight out through the sky, binds even all the sorrows.
And we haven't actually done that second half of the chorus yet, but the rest of it does sound significantly improved from the non-tuned version, I would say. There's still a little bit of weirdness at the beginning, but the phrases later on do sound much better. Okay, I think I want another breath there. Actually, we'd start with this. We were going here, so we're gonna once again drop, smooth it out. I don't really need smoothing, I think, because it already looks fairly smooth as is. We probably need to move this back a little bit too. And we're gonna change this one. This is gonna be ah, not ah. I'm gonna add another point there. Smooth this out. Maybe like right here. Drop for the consonants. Yeah, okay, I'll do a couple more before rendering, because if I do it for every one of these, it's gonna take a while. That's flies. I think that goes up from the bottom. We do that. Maybe from there. And maybe this all the way over there. Pretty extreme, but it might just work. Flies. Okay, drop the constant here. Smooth that. Smooth this. Maybe I should just set my default glide to smooth rather than ease in out. I'm gonna do this a lot. Straight. Oh, the S is all the way back there. Would you say that process tuning is essentially manually adjusting the pitch, especially between pitch changes, sounds more natural? I think that's exactly it, yes. Because if you don't do this kind of fine tuning, then you end up with the pitch staying only at the tune or at the tone, and the human voice doesn't do that. Even if you're singing consecutive notes at the same pitch, your voice will not stay at that pitch consistently. So what you're doing with this tuning is you're trying to mimic, or at least this style of tuning anyway, you're trying to mimic the natural wobble, wavy. No, not even. You know what I'm trying to say. You're trying to mimic the way the voice moves around pitches. Oh no, I hear that one. Here. Yeah, it looks like their whole art to it. Yeah, and I'm sure there are different schools of thoughts on how to approach this too. Okay, I'm gonna add. This one is fairly long, so I'm gonna add a bit, maybe just a tau weak vibrato here, without moving it to 10 like I did for the other ones. Actually, no, this isn't a terminal one, so I will move this to 10. make the vibrato a little bit shallower. Yeah. Vibrato is actually a good example of that, because it's, at least in this version of vibrato, it moves around the pitch, and that makes the note sound a bit more full. I can actually just get rid of this T. I think I can probably get rid of this T. So this is STRA and just not have the T. It might sound better. Now, my brain, I think, fills that in, but if somebody listening to it who doesn't know what the lyrics are, will they be able to say that it's straight and not stray? Kind of hard to say. Okay, so I think what I'll do instead, I'll move that a little bit forward, make this softer. Do I move this forward? I could. Now that actually might be okay. This one will definitely need vibrato. Move this a little bit forward, so we have more of the vowel. Maybe it's slightly weaker vibrato. Let's move that down a bit. Roughly there, probably. Move this forward a bit more, but fade in a little bit longer. And here we have another instance of lyric fudging, because I think it said throw the sky, but I didn't put either throw or thruff the sky, which neither of them are correct. We're gonna have this come down from the bottom. I'm gonna drop for the consonants. And I'll also drop the consonant here. Move this a little bit further forward. Okay. And that one definitely needs vibrato. It's too long for that. Because you can hear, if you can hear the auto-tune effect. Whereas if we add the vibrato, maybe a little bit more subtle though. I'm actually going to change this so that this is going to be SKI and then E. So we have a little bit more of an end there. I hope that didn't change anything, so that should be okay there.
The sky,
There we go. That's the end sound that I want.
straight down through the sky, finds even all the
I have a lot of experience tuning, so you're pretty well versed at it. I actually only started tuning no more than a week ago, like a few days ago, probably about a week ago. I'm just using intuition. I have, I guess the how shall I say it? I have the musical background to know um where things might be, I guess, and then I just have the attention to detail to intuit things. So, I mean, everything that I'm saying could be wrong, but it does seem like it at least works for my ears. Fast learner, yeah, I do tend to pick things up pretty quickly. Like, would you believe that I only picked up OpenUtau a couple weeks ago? It really hasn't been that long. And the reason actually it took so long is I initially installed the program several months ago. It was probably over half a year ago at this point, but I couldn't get it working for some reason. And then I tried it again a couple weeks ago and somehow managed to make it work. And now we're here.
a light that flies us straight down through the sky, finds
Yeah, sure. But I will say it's also, I guess, a testament to how easy this is to use. Relatively easy, anyway. You kind of have to know what it is that you're doing in here. But once you figure out how to get sounds out of this, it's pretty straightforward, I'd say. Getting sounds working was the part that I think out of the setup took a long time. Took the longest.
finds even all the sorrow.
But yeah, if any of you want to play around with this voice bank, I have the link in the description on the YouTube stream. Also, a link to OpenUtau, but that's pretty easy to search. Straight route. I think I want this to go in from the bottom here. And go that way.
Straight down.
I was a little curious trying myself, but then again, like I can sing myself. Yeah, there is that aspect to it, but I think you being able to sing might actually let you tune a little bit more accurately because you can sing it out and see where your voice does. Um, yeah, it's I think it's useful if you say want to have a song being sung out of your range. So if you want, say, a male voice, that could be useful.
A light that flies us straight down through the sky.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. I'm doing this, I think, in part because I don't sing, but also because, actually, yeah, in part because I don't sing, and so that I have a reference. So if I give this to somebody to sing, then I have a reference for what I want it to sound like, in a precise manner.
Finds even all the sorrows and flies them back.
Binds, and so this drops down here. And also because there's the other song Mountain, which was originally for vocal synths. And so I have that one. Uh, uh, yeah, I have a project for that going on as well. That one's actually proven to be a lot harder than this one for some reason, even though the range is mostly the same. But that one's taken, or has been requiring a lot more tuning for some reason. Even, so I think this can stay as is. Maybe move the glide over a little bit. Even and drop for this consonant here. This one I think can probably go. All the sorrows, that one's going to drop. All good points. Suppose it could have used to like making harmony track without needing to hire a singer. Yeah, yeah, definitely harmony. I think, because harmony is hard, or at least it's harder than the melody if you're not practiced in it. And so it could be easy to just hash it out in here, and then you can separate it out as well. Or yeah, if you're mixing it into a final track, you can have the voice synth do the harmonies. And then there's also the point of it being a different style. Like if you lean into the robotic voice, you can make different sounds with it without having to put your voice through a filter, for example. So I'm going for a little bit more of a realistic sound, but certainly, say if you go with one of the other voice banks, so like Saneteto, for example, or Yaminareni, as I have here, they will have different textures. I'm gonna have a thing there. Not no, that's not what I wanted. Depth is what I wanted to reduce. Okay, and then this one we definitely have to have vibrato on. How strong? TBD. Not that strong. I'm gonna put it on the weak one. Come on. Something a little bit off around here. Maybe I do want this to drop a little bit. Maybe there. No, I hear that. It's very subtle, but I do hear it. Probably gonna hear that even more. Surprisingly not. I think that sounded okay. Try again. Yeah. All right. Then we drop for the consonants. We're probably going to need another point here as well. Right there-ish. Kip, welcome in. Which voice bank did you decide to go with? I'm using Hoshino Hanami on the diffsinger engine. So think of it like synth B, but open source. Yeah, I'll have you let you have a listen to what we have in a bit. Sounds good. Yeah, she does. It's quite surprised at her quality. So actually, she comes in two versions. She was originally an Utau voice bank, but then her creator made a diffsinger voice bank, and that's the diffsinger's one that I'm using. So I'm trying to go for a more realistic sound, and diffsinger being the AI powered one does sound a whole lot better. Yeah, it's a pretty common pipeline. Yeah. For example, both Teto and Yamane Renni here both started on Utau, and then now they have Synth B voice banks. We're gonna have to adjust this one. I think to around there, and we're gonna add a point here. Kip, have you worked with any voice synths before? So we drop, I think we're gonna make this a little bit smoother. That's already smooth. This one's already smooth. So I want to drop a little bit here-ish. So right before the vowel, or right before the consonants. Sounded okay, I think. I'll add a vibrato here. Maybe a full vibrato even. Extended here because that is the second one. Yeah, okay. I'll legitize this. So we'll finish off this course and then we'll do an overview of what it sounds like. I think we got a couple more phrases to go. I'm gonna move this forward, drop down, ease out. This drop for the consonant. Should be mostly okay.
This song will carry
Song, and drop for the consonant here. Drop here. I don't know if I like this one. Well, I mean, we'll find out. Sometimes with tuning, you end up with these really short segments of where the note actually hits the pitch, and then the rest of it is just off.
this song will carry more power.
You know what? I'm getting these a lot faster on the first try, so I think I'm getting better at this. That one's probably fine. Carry, oh, and then drop for the consonant there. Yeah, maybe actually it stays there. Drops here. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, if you look at tutorials online, they will do some very wild tunings. I like to stick to like within the notes, and not really go more than half a cent or half a semitone, but some of them go several tones over, and it really depends on the sound that you're trying to make.
This song will carry.
No, 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 no. Move this forward. Not that far. That could work, depending on the sound that you want. That's not the sound that I want.
This song will carry more back.
I'll add a vibrato there. I'm gonna shrink this a little bit.
This song will carry more back.
Kind of want to move this down a little bit, but yeah, maybe actually we detune this by about 10 cents, 15 cents.
This song will carry more back.
15. Let's go 15.
This song will carry more back.
And the reason I do this is just so that we have the slight upward rise here. And your voice probably does something pretty similar.
This song will carry more back. Till my voice dies out to say.
Okay. And that is the end of the phrase. So we're gonna go back, legitize all this stuff. And we're gonna add a breath here. Because we may as well. I think this is already legitized, but we're gonna move this down. Ease out.
Till my
Move this down. Drop with consonant. Same thing over here. Smooth this out. Probably okay. Render.
till my voice dies out to.
I'm gonna move this back. Gonna do this. Because that's an S, so it does go up a little bit, just a tiny bit higher. And then we're gonna add a vibrato here, just a small one. Like this. And hopefully that one's okay.
Till my voice dies out.
I'm actually gonna move this S forward a little bit, or back, forward, back, back. I think it's back. Move that there, move this accordingly as well. Just so we aren't spending too much time on that S. And then I already have that from before. My voice dies out. I think this one will drop for the constant as well. Sometimes you don't have to, but I think in this case it will. Render, please. All right, and we're gonna add some subtle vibratos here. Now it's a 10. Move this over, move this over. Drop for the consonant. It probably doesn't need this actually, but this will definitely need vibrato though. Same thing. Go to 10. Okay, so that one drops. There is no consonants, but it's going to drop anyway. And then this one I'm not sure about. To psi. I think this drops from above, so this might actually be okay. I'm gonna do something like that. Maybe. We'll find out.
Till my voice dies out to say.
I think that sounded okay. We can compare later with the untuned version. Just gonna get that. All right.
This song will carry on.
I'll add a tiny bit of vibrato here. It is possible to overuse vibratos. You have to be careful about keeping it subtle. Opera would probably like to differ though. Vibrato is just always on there.
This song will carry on.
Carry. He needs a tiny bit as well. And the re probably a little bit more conspicuous, but not so much. Not that much. Maybe 15. A little bit more than the first one, but not as much as Hope.
This song will carry on till my voice dies out to say.
This is too long without a vibrato, so we're going to move that forward. But we're also going to lengthen this so that it's back to where it was before, roughly. This way. You don't want it to start too early. Still want a little bit of contrast there. Render, please. All right. Time for a review. We're going to go from the chorus and listen to the untuned version. Trying to figure out where we are.
This heart that's so brilliantly.
Okay, over here. So untuned version first.
In a world nobody knows, I will sing. No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, I pray my song will reach you. A light that flies us straight out through the sky. But even all the sorrows, it flies not by. This song will carry more bells till my voice dies out to say.
Okay, and then the tuned version, actually unmuting it this time. Start at the start of that bar there.
In a world nobody knows, I will sing. No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, I pray my song will reach you. A light that flies us straight down through the sky. But even all the sorrows and flies by, this song will carry more past till my voice dies out to say.
Market improvement. All right. There are a couple of notes here that I think I do want to detune though. Through the sky, maybe detune a little bit. Hold on. Where are we? I'll start from the start of the chorus. In a world nobody... Did we not tune this part? Because what is this? Also, what is this? Yeah, I may have skipped a part.
Nobody.
Okay, I'm gonna detune this to minus 10-ish. Drop the consonants.
Nobody.
Vibrato, a bit of a weaker one. Same thing here, also another weak one. 10. Don't want it to clash too much with the vibrato that's coming in the note afterwards, so.
In a world nobody knows.
That sound okay? That was probably okay. We are on the right track, okay. I will sing. I don't want to detune this. No, I don't need to detune this because we're already doing that with the transition here. I'm not sure if I need to do that here too. I feel like it should maybe a little bit.
No matter where
Or maybe consider using a different voice color for that one.
I'll say
Maybe the normal one.
I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do.
15. I'm a little bit hesitant to detune the longer notes just because it might clash with the instruments. But I think this is probably fine.
My voice is all I can do.
Okay. It's sounding a little bit too smooth. I'm gonna add another vibrato up there.
My voice is all
Am I just gonna add vibrato to everything here? We're gonna have a little bit there too. I'd say it is possible to overuse this. But if it makes it sound better, then go ahead and use it.
my voice is all I can do.
But it's pretty weak and subtle anyway, so it's probably fine.
My voice is all I can do. Even
Just gonna keep doing it. Just gonna keep adding. All right. Render, please.
even if it dies out, I pray my
Maybe. Maybe a little bit this way.
if it dies out, I pray my song.
I think with the subtle ones, I do want it to start a little bit earlier. I don't know how subtle that one is, so I think that might actually be that's a proper vibrato.
I pray my song.
This one might be closer to proper one too.
Song will reach you, a light that flies us straight down through the sky, finds even all the sorrows and flies on by.
So am I making these a little bit too subtle? This feels like it could be a little bit more. No, but it's already at 20. It already is more.
Finds even all the sorrows and flies on by.
Flies, does that need... Probably needs a little bit. Leave it at 20. Render, please. And that's the end of the first chorus. Second chorus. Okay. Review time, we'll start from the beginning. No comparison.
No one to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that's rusted all around, oh polish it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing. No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, I pray my soul will reach you. A light that flies us straight down through the sky, binds you in all the sorrows and flies on by. This song will carry your path till my voice dies out to the side. Flying higher than the clouds, my pieces dance as they flow by. The fragments scattered all around, they're all above the meaning sky. The lyrics
Forgot that we haven't actually gotten to this part yet. Also, I accidentally switched my mic settings. This, 1, 2. Okay, I think this is probably good. If only there was an... Okay, this is fine. I think OBS probably does have an undo. It probably won't undo that, though. Was I 1.3 earlier? 1.3. I think I might have been over here. Okay. So there's still some weirdness over here at the first verse. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix that tonight. I might just need a fresh fresh ears to listen to that. I can hear what's wrong. I don't know if I know how to fix it yet. Where's the start? Here it is.
no one to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room
room is a little bit off. Maybe it's because this is too far down or something. I don't know. Or maybe this is too far down.
Cozy room I stay in. I've locked the door with just
And door. I mean, this could be acceptable, but it also feels like it's a little bit too glidey.
I've locked the door with just
Also, there's something weird happening with locked as well. I mean, this goes up, which maybe that's part of the problem.
I've locked the door with just myself here.
And this does, I can notice this. Maybe this needs to be shallower.
Self here, all alone. I will dream.
I can hear that too.
This heart that's rusted all around. Oh, polish it for me.
I think I probably hear around a little bit less than the other one, so, but
These hopes that may be shattered. Your smile so bright, it makes them gleam. So brilliantly.
that's a little bit too long. I think I might need to somehow break that up. It could be that I break this up and make an extender and then do something with the vibrato. Because I do not want to tune a vibrato or manually, and some people do that. Some people will do that. I do not want to be one of those people.
So brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing.
And then everything else mostly sounds okay.
Where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, I pray my soul will reach you. A light that flies us straight down.
Do I want to detune the a little bit?
Flies us straight down through the sky, binds even all the sorrows.
I'm going to detune that. I'm going to detune some of the other ones too. Oh, but this one I don't need to because it's already a pretty big dip.
All the sorrows that fly so by, this song will carry you past till my voice dies out to the side.
As much as I want to go to the get to the rest of it, I think this might actually be a good spot to end. Because we have gone through the first half of the song, and then you have this big interlude here, and then the second half of the song. Seems like it might be a little bit more than half. Oh no, it's about half. Yeah, I was part of the reason why I wanted to do this was to see that see if having a vocal track over the instrumental track that has the melody in it, see if it would sound awkward. But I think having worked with this for a couple of weeks now, I think it's probably okay. Which means I could potentially ask someone to sing this, possibly, because I do want more people. The words. Pieces is Hoshimachi Suisei's Lost Song, and by that I mean she can't sing it anymore because cover doesn't have the rights for it. It's Billy who has this, which means it's up to us fans to keep the song alive. And for us to do that, we need to spread the word and also continue to make covers and stuff out of this one. And so I'm hoping that having English lyrics will help some of that too. Okay. Why don't we have one listen to the entire thing? And then we'll call it there. We're willing to give it a stab sometime. Thinking of getting XLR mic soonish. Nice. I'm surprised you don't already have one, actually, but yeah. XLR mic, especially if you're singing, will help with quality, from what I've heard. All right. So what we have so far, both the tuned and untuned parts.
No one to light the sky tonight, just stars are all I see. This cozy room I stay in, I've locked the door with just myself here. All alone, I will dream. This heart that's rusted all around, oh polish it for me. These hopes that may be shattered, your smile so bright it makes them gleam so brilliantly. In a world nobody knows, I will sing. No matter where I go to, I'll sing for you. My voice is all I can do. Even if it dies out, I pray my song will reach you. A light that rises straight out through the sky, binds even all the sorrows and flies on by. This song will carry your path till my voice dies out to the side. Flying higher than the clouds, my pieces dance as they flow by. The fragments scattered all around, they're all about the meanest sky. The air excites in me somehow, this beating heart that yearns for you. And in the place where I am now, with your voice my heart lights anew. My quick and red, my hurry beat, faster they get the more I chase. And I listen with a reason, greatly echoes out of space. Why does the sea so easily trace and knock across the space, connecting me with you, expanding out forever from right here. This future pushes forward, not back I feel. A moment rests in my hand, one I hold so tightly. Can I show it to you? A light that flies astray, crown the sky, finds joy in all the gladness and flies on high. The song will carry on till my voice dies out to the side.
And that is Pieces by Hoshimachi Suisei with concert band instrumental by me and English translyrics also by me. Sung by Hoshino Hanami. The part after the interlude is understandably pretty rough because we haven't gotten there yet, but it'll get cleaned up. I don't know if I will stream this again. I mean, I could. If y'all want me to finish this on stream, I can. Because otherwise might consider just doing this off stream. There's a lot of repetition. But if y'all liked watching this, let me know. We can certainly do more of these. All right. I think that brings us to the end of the scheduled week. Do you know another session of this? I'd love to tune in. Lovely. All right. Yeah, maybe I'll consider it, or maybe I'll do another song. Because as I was saying, I do also have Mountain as another project that I've been going through. That one's a little bit further along. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that brings us to the end of the scheduled week because tomorrow is Good Friday and the weekend is going to be Easter weekend. So if you celebrate Easter, happy Easter. Yeah, there's also a Tetris 99 event happening this weekend too, which because it's Easter weekend, I probably won't stream it. I might do a video on the Stacker channel instead. And if you want to go check that out, that's going to be over here. Summer Wanderer, thanks for lurking. It's been interesting. Yeah, it's I've been wanting to do this stream for a while. It's been hard holding back on progress to do this stuff on stream. But yeah, I do like how it sounds. And I'm sure the finished thing will sound even better once I fix the weirdness of the first couple of verses. But yeah, and if you aren't in the Discord already, there's a Discord. We've got a channel for music making, which this falls under. And if you're interested, I know we're welcome in. If you're interested in watching other VTubers do music, we do have the Sheet Music VTuber Collective Discord. Yes. We didn't do sheet music today. I mean, a little bit came out with this here. But I do often do stuff with sheet music. The backing track that you hear was created in MuseScore, and we did all of that on stream. So I want to go check that out. There's a playlist on the channel somewhere. But yeah, if you want to check out more of us, you can go check out that Discord there. Surprisingly, there are quite a number of us doing sheet music on stream. Yeah, I think that's it. For those of you on Twitch, stick around. I'm going to find something to raid. For those of you on YouTube, if the person I find is dual streaming, we'll also send you over there manually because we don't have enough subscribers to do proper redirects yet. And with that, I think we'll call it a night. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed, and see you next time. Night. Bye. Twitch. I think... Oh, I shouldn't have snoozed that so early. That was coming up in 2.5 minutes. I should have waited 2.5 minutes. I feel like we've been rating her a lot recently, but it really does fit the vibe. We're gonna go visit Starheart VR. She's got some new face tracking, which means she's gonna be a lot more expressive. She's working on an original Funk Fusion track, which I think we may have heard in a previous raid, but yeah, this will be fun. Showing off her room right now, the virtual room. But yeah, that'll be good. If you'd like to participate in the raid, you can go ahead and copy that. That's the raid message, paste in when we get there. YouTube, she's not dual streaming, so we'll bid you good night tonight. Thanks for coming. And yeah, enjoy the music making. Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, I'll see you next time, man. Night.